On the border. Even on college spring break, you got to go to Cancun, you know? That's insane. I'd expect it from another fighter who fought in Abu Dhabi, but not that one. He said to give me a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Sam.
Mario, congratulations on an incredible victory in an incredible fight on a massive card. I guess just talk to me right now how you're feeling about this whole experience and your performance tonight.
It was a crazy experience, walking out there. It was a big crowd, fighting against Corey Sandhagen, getting that rematch win, just something I manifested for years. That's wild to me, bro. It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah. I kind of wondered, so you mentioned it right at the top, the rematch, right? But I don't know, it almost didn't even feel like a rematch. You guys fought so long ago. It's really just a battle of two top contenders, right? So were you looking at this more of like, hey, this is a battle for position and, potential title shots, or did that rematch still mean something personal to you?
No, it did mean something personal to me. That's the only one that's kind of like itched at me a little bit. That's something, I like to be prepared for fights, and that's not how I imagined my debut to go. but it just so happened to be in such a big fight for a top spot, you know, getting a win over him, chasing him down. So it's just crazy how it all worked out.
No doubt. It was a spectacular fight. You injured him early on with the knee, and I saw you point at it. You're like, I kind of know. So you knew right away. Did that impact at all how you approached the rest of the fight, or you just file that away and not worry about it?
No, I knew it would open up more strikes for me because, you know, I was trying to land some leg kicks and everything to kind of slow him down. But I just happened to kind of hurt his leg with that stretch. So it all worked out, you know. But yeah, it kind of slowed him down, so I was able to land bigger shots and, you know, catch him later on.
Yeah. Nevertheless, even though he was hurt, he wasn't done, right? He's a warrior out there. So I guess what was your thought going into round 3, knowing, you know, maybe he's injured, but he put on a great fight. It's a dangerous guy.
Yeah, I knew leading into the third it could be 1-1 maybe. So, and like I said in there, like that third round is going to be mine. I'm going to give it my all for that third round. There's nothing else afterwards, right? So I might as well give it my all. So it's always going to be mine, I believe. So I went out there and did just that.
Nice. I think that was a spectacular fireworks display to celebrate your win there, I believe is what we were hearing in the background.
That's for me.
Last thing for me, I mean, I'm sure you want to enjoy this, but I mean, you're right at the top of the division. You just beat one of the top contenders. I mean, you've been right there. Do you see the path? Like, is there a fight specifically that makes sense next, or do you see the path to the top?
I'm not too sure who. I know there's some fights that are going to happen here pretty soon, so we'll see how everything gets shaken up. But hopefully I can fight for the belt or the number 1 contender, you know, at the very least, you know, and we'll see by, I don't know, maybe the end of this year, early next year. So we'll see how things get shaken up.
Mario, from here, do you feel almost like, I feel like if Paddy had beaten you, he would have gotten the title. If Jose Aldo had beaten you, he probably would have got the title shot. And I guess, are you surprised that it hasn't been you? Like, it feels like everyone, they want to use you as the stepping stone. You knock them down, but you're not getting those same opportunities that we're assuming everyone else would get.
It could be frustrating sometimes, but I think my whole life, like, things have always, like, been, like, the hard way, the hard route. I'm willing to do that, you know. I'll fly under the radar. I'll be the dark horse. I'm 10-1 in my last, you know, my last fights. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's up to me to make some changes, be a little bit more, you know, get a little bit more popular somehow. I don't know, get on Instagram, whatever I need to do, I guess. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep winning. That's all I can do.
Do you feel like, though, the way you approach the fight and the way you are fighting, it's that the fans are starting to maybe come around? Like, they're like, I remember when Merab was coming up, everyone started to get behind him because they're like, he's putting in the work, not getting the opportunities. It seems like you're kind of filling that void now.
Yeah, it's getting there, especially coming off that Umar loss, especially it being a loss. There's kind of a change in the fans, and I think they kind of see my effort, my style, just digging deep, you know, being that kind of underdog. So I think it resonates with a lot of people. And I'll just continue to be just that, I guess.
Mario, did you watch the main event at all? Did you see kind of the unfortunate way that ended?
I seen a little bit. I heard he kind of did like a flying skip knee kind of thing and landed and buckled his knee. It's unfortunate, you know. It's unfortunate.
Obviously, it seems like the UFC is just going to book the trilogy fight between Merab and Petr Yan to kind of settle that whole thing. Mm-hmm. How do you see that one going? Because you're going to be pretty much right in line to fight one of those guys. So if you had to put your analyst hat on, how do you think that plays out?
It's hard because, you know, when they had their rematch this last fight, you know, Merab was just super active, fighting back-to-back, fighting 4 times like within a year. So maybe this layoff is good for him, and we'll see how this fight goes. So it should be interesting.
Mario, just one more. There's rumors that Noche might be in Glendale, Arizona this year. Is that something you would be interested in headlining in your backyard, essentially? Or would that be kind of a lot of outside noise fighting so close to home?
I'd have to see. I'd have to see if someone like above me in the rankings would want to take that. You know, I wouldn't want to fight someone below me just to take up that spot. I also don't really speak too much Spanish, so I'm not too sure how that will work out.
Duolingo, by then.
And in a month.
Sorry, bud. Happy belated birthday, and congratulations on a great win tonight. I wanted to ask you, the last time I spoke to you, I was really impressed by your humility and your willingness to learn. We were speaking about your defeat to Umar, and You know, you showed a great growth mindset. And I thought tonight that you probably delivered your most impressive and complete performance. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah, I would say. You know, this was a big one. This was the one I've talked about for years, so it came like, am I ready to show up, you know? And I was.
The narrative for me now coming out of that fight, just when I'm mulling it over in my head, is that Corey Sandhagen has been right there many times but hasn't managed to cross that divide. I think looking at how quickly you're developing, you're hitting the level he's at, but you look like you're still on an upward trajectory. And I think that could be the way that to me suggests that you might be the guy that makes that next step into that bracket. I presume you'd be looking along those lines too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to keep on training, keep on getting better. This is very motivational for me to get this win. And I'm so close. I'm closer than I've ever been. So I'm going to continue to get better.
And surely doing it on one of the biggest cards of the year cannot do your chances any harm in that respect.
Yeah, it was great.
Congrats, brother.
Mario, just a quick one. I know you've been very vocal about wanting this rematch with Corey. Does it feel how you expected to get the win over him?
Yeah, I knew it would be super tough. I knew it wouldn't be easy. It would not be easy. It was tough. It was gritty. And I'm happy with my performance. I'm glad I got the win. It's off my shoulders, off my chest, and I can continue to go forward.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, guys. The attendance tonight was 20,076. Obviously sold out. Gate was 26.4 million. Highest gate in history. Fight of the night, not a shocker. Royval, Kavanaugh, and performance went to Bobby Green and Paddy Pimblett.
Dana, can you, I think we're all trying to process everything. I guess, can we get your immediate thoughts? It felt like, honestly, one of the best fight cards of all time, and then we get to this weird main event ending. So I guess your immediate thoughts as you sit there right now.
Yeah, listen, everybody who knows anything about the fight business, and it's been a big topic of discussion leading up to this fight. 5 years off in this sport is rough. And like you said, great card, unbelievable. I mean, the Paddy Pimblett thing right before, you just feel it all in the air. Here we go. I mean, I was expecting at least a one-round war, or, who knew what Conor was capable of as far as cardio or whatever else after a 5-year layoff. And, well, there you go. I mean, we're assuming blown ACL. I'm no doctor, but that's what I figured when I saw it, and doctors think the same thing, too.
I was going to ask you, have you had a chance to talk to Conor? It sounds like you've talked to the medical team. Have you talked to Conor? Do we know exactly the extent of what happened?
I haven't. Is he coming out here? We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think he left the arena, right?
Then the answer is no. We'll find out when he gets an MRI.
Max said right away, hey, man, well, now we got to set this thing up for a trilogy, right? I mean, is there any desire from that, from your point? I mean, you know promoting better than anyone. Does that even make sense to do a trilogy right now? Or the way that ended, do you have to go a different direction?
I don't even know. I don't know. You got to take some time. And I don't know if you know this or not, but I don't like talking about making fights the night of the fight. But definitely not in this scenario.
You touched on the co-main event on a much different note. Paddy's been building to this for a long time, but I don't know, the entrance felt special, the performance felt special. Can you talk about kind of feel like he ascended even to a different level tonight?
Yeah, I don't know the way you guys, but he gained so much respect in that last fight. My social team is telling me, after that last loss, he gained 2 million followers on social media, from that night to the next morning. And the way he came in tonight, it felt like he was the world champion. And if you break this fight down, I felt like St. Denis' chance to win this fight was to keep it on his feet and strike, and then he shoots right in for a takedown. Very, very crazy, and what a nasty choke he put on him, and it was incredible. Incredible performance for as short as it was.
Yeah. And obviously, we're not going to matchmake, but do you think about his next step? Because he just lost to the champ, right? But he also feels like one of the biggest stars on the roster right now. So is it a number one contender fight? Do you look outside the division? What kind of ideas do you have for what to do with it?
I have none right now. I have none. Yeah, I don't know. Think about it over the weekend. And again, Tuesday we get in a room and we'll talk about it. We'll see what's next.
Fair enough. Last question I have for you. Fans have been asking about this. We're about 6 months into this Paramount Plus partnership. We've completed. I think everybody's loving the partnership. The one thing I keep hearing about is fans can't watch full replays on Paramount Plus. I wonder if you've been made aware of this, and if this is a strategic choice on their part, or why they can't watch full events.
Made aware of it. My kids were torturing me that they couldn't watch the White House fight over again. Not wrong, but the problem is the music. The music, and you got to take the walkouts out.
So is there any? I mean,
We're working on it. Yeah, we're working on it. You're not wrong, and I've been getting tortured over this in my own house. So yes. Who's next? Yeah.
Dana, fancy flying high kick, not to say the least. Yesterday we saw Conor putting sneakers on. He looked like he had a hard time putting out his sneakers. Could he have been injured before the fight?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, that I don't know. I mean, the day of the press conference, he came running out of the back and ran right up to him and stopped abruptly and, squared off with him. They were pushing foreheads and.
I'm just wondering if something happened within the last 24 hours. I don't see it on the landing, the actual landing of that flying.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that, but I didn't see. The doctors checked him out before they fight, and he looked damn good at the press conference, and he looked fine at the weigh-ins.
It's just a question of getting paid if you step in the cage.
What's that?
The question of getting paid as you step in the cage was.
Well, listen. If anybody saw anything that could have possibly made him look weak or injured leading up to this fight. I mean, what the fucking face-off do? 44 million in 24 hours? More than 44 million views. Somebody would have saw something. Anybody see something? No. If they did, they didn't say it, which is impossible. Nobody would do that.
Dana, there were a lot of big storylines heading into this fight, including Gable Steveson making his UFC debut. He's been a highly touted prospect, Olympic gold medalist, and he went out there and just had a rumble with Elijah Ellison. Want to get your thoughts on his performance and just that fight in general.
It was incredible. So normally what happens is, and especially for as long as I've been in this business, you sign a big, badass, high-level wrestler like that. They come in and stink the place up and, lay on the ground for. That dude did the exact opposite. He looked like a mixed martial artist. He didn't look like a wrestler to me. And he's fun, throwing kicks, punches, willing to stand in the pocket and bang. A lot of wrestlers don't like to get punched in the face either. So, he's fun. It's going to be interesting.
A lot of similarities, especially with the striking, to John Jones, who's obviously in his corner, and obviously they have a great relationship. Did you have a chance to talk to John? Like, I know you guys spoke for like 10 seconds at the ceremonial weigh-ins, but did you and John have a chance to talk?
No, we haven't. He said, "Hey, your best friend's here," at the weigh-ins when I saw him. That was the extent of our conversation.
And then last question for me, because people have been asking me about this, and I figured I'd get the chance to ask you. You probably saw what happened with Dustin Poirier, and you don't really have to react to that, but a lot of people have been asking. WWE has a wellness program where if there are ex-wrestlers, or current that are running into issues, even post-retirement, they can get the help that they need. Have you talked to Dustin? And
we do the same.
You guys do the same thing. Can you explain how that works?
We don't talk about that stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, we do the same. Any guys that have problems, believe me, a lot do, and we take care of them. Yeah.
Just right here. Can
Yeah.
we get any information about Sean Strickland's next opponent, if it will be Khamzat Chimaev or Nassourdine Imavov?
I'm so glad the plane flew over during that because I don't want to answer this question.
Next opponent for Nassourdine Imavov, is it going to be Sean Strickland or Khamzat Chimaev?
Would you like to reply to my friend back there for me?
I understand, Scott.
Go ahead and let him know.
Tuesday.
Oh, thank you, sir. All right. Do you have any other questions that I could possibly answer this evening?
How much time should Nassourdine wait for his shots?
How much time should Imavov wait for his chance?
Sir, I have no idea. That's the last fucking thing on earth that I am thinking about right now, though. But thank you. I apologize. I can't answer your question.
I understand.
Hi, Dana, over here to your left. Conor spoke during the week about wanting to bring the UFC back to Ireland. I was speaking to Ian Gary just a couple of weeks ago at the press conference he did with Matchroom in Dublin, and he said the same thing. Both guys showing an appetite to bring a show back to Ireland. We haven't had one there in a decade now. Obviously, Conor's not going to be fighting there anytime soon, judging by what happened tonight. But is there any potential in the near future for the UFC to return to Dublin?
Absolutely. Well, I'll be there for Zuffa Boxing, this summer. But the answer is yes. Love Ireland, and I'm actually looking forward to the fight there.
The issue
for
that
Zuffa.
Dave Shaw had mentioned before was that you guys, he had told my compatriot Ian O'Neill that you guys maybe thought that the 3 Arena, you had outgrown it as the UFC. I know it's a fit for Zuffa, but is it too small a venue for the UFC? Is that a factor?
Well, it's too small of a venue to do something like tonight. But we could definitely bring a fight night there.
I've just one more to squeeze in for you. I listened to your good buddy Eddie Hearn speak on an interview yesterday, and he said after speaking with Nick Khan at the Turkey Al Sheikh quote-unquote peace talks, his line was, since that meeting, there's more of an open line of communication. Are you guys going to be a little smoother with each other going forward? Is the entertainment going to end?
Well, I listen, I've said many times, I don't hate Eddie Hearn, Eddie came out and started saying crazy shit as soon as we got involved in the sport, which I didn't see that coming. But, I mean, listen, all these guys have been covering MMA all this time. They know what I do. You know how I am. And I'm just going to keep running my business. I don't care what they do. I will say it again. I've said it before. We are not the same. Yeah.
Dana, just one while you're on that topic. Ryan Garcia and Conor Ben were on stage at the weigh-ins, and it seemed like we were going to get an announcement or something of that sort. So basically, what happened, and how close are we to something coming into fruition?
What happened, they started talking shit to each other, and I had fights going on behind me, and I was worried more about the fights in front of me. But, yeah, it happens. I mean, that happens. When you put 3 guys up on stage and 2 guys are going to fight, it can happen.
And can we expect something soon to be material? Is it trending in the right direction?
Absolutely.
Dana,
I mean, they were here, right? They're on stage.
Dana,
Read in between the line, boys.
Dana,
Who's got, yeah.
over here to your right. Now, historically, you've always said you've never encouraged a fighter to retire unless they're really taking a lot of punishment. But when you see Conor, who has suffered injury after injury, obviously the leg break and then the broken toe, and now what looks to be a potential ACL one, at what point do you think that maybe you should listen to your body and call it a day?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. I do feel that way, but it's the guys that start saying, I've been thinking about retiring. And, you know, the minute you start talking or thinking about retiring, you absolutely, positively should. I haven't heard that from him yet, but, you know, he hasn't spoke publicly yet. We'll see what he has to say.
And if he comes out and says, look, I want to run it back, will you guys be open to that?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this whole thing plays out. There's a lot of unanswered questions right now that will play out over the next several days, and that's why I don't come into these things and start, you know, talking about the future or anything. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, tomorrow, and, you know, Monday, and then we'll get back in the office on Tuesday, and it's not even worth talking about right now. I don't know enough.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dana, when did you hire Sophie Cunningham as a ring card girl?
Why did I do it?
When did you hire her?
About 8 minutes before she did it. I love Sophie Cunningham. We've created a relationship, and she was here tonight. And when she walked in, she goes, "Oh, I want to walk around that." I said, "Then you're going to walk around it." Yeah.
Dana,
She's
all
fun.
the way, way in the back, buried.
Yep. Hi.
Hi there. With when people think about Conor McGregor's legacy, a lot of it's going to be around wins and losses. But with 3 of the top 4 grossing gates belonging to him, how much do you attribute the growth of UFC and maybe the growth of MMA globally to Conor McGregor?
Well, I give credit for the growth of the sport and the UFC to all the guys that have come up during every era of, you know, we had the Chuck Liddell era, we had the Matt Hughes, we had Anderson Silva, you know, Ronda Rousey, Conor McGregor, George St. Pierre. The list goes on and on. Every you know, I'm always trying to figure out how to beat last year, and we always do. And everybody has played a huge role in that, but, you know, Conor is obviously the biggest superstar, not just in this sport, but in any sport.
One question related to Zuffa boxing. So this year you had we had the event at Allegiant, and then with UFC you had the White House and then the Sphere. How much are you looking to have kind of these great big events for either Zuffa boxing or UFC annually?
What's the question?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
Yeah. Each year, whether it's Zuffa boxing or UFC, you have these great events. So whether it's going to be the White House or Allegiant Stadium or the Sphere, there are always kind of these marquee events. How much going forward will you be having these marquee events for either Zuffa or UFC?
I still don't understand the question. Do you understand the question?
Are you looking to keep topping yourself with you had the Sphere?
Yeah, I mean, that's my job. My job is to keep topping my. I mean, I did Canelo Crawford. That was, you know, that didn't suck. It was pretty good. So we're going to continue to put on the biggest events that we possibly can. You know, listen, I tell you all this. I can't believe nobody's hit me with this one yet. I'm going to beat you to it. So I tell you all the time, my production team, we just did the White House. We built a fucking arena on the south lawn of the White House, and it was the greatest fucking thing in the world to be there live and to watch it on TV. I just paid Shakur Stevenson a shitload of money, and for some reason we can't figure this celebrity shit out. They put him up as a fucking OKC NBA player. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, it's absolutely crazy, but we are the absolute worst to ever do the celebrity thing. When we put celebrities up, We are the worst. I just had this fucking debate in the back with my guys while I was screaming at everybody back there, and they said, no, soccer's worse. Soccer shows the people and they don't put up any graphics. Oh, no. We put up fucking graphics and put the wrong guy's name on it. We win. We're the worst ever to fucking do it.
Dana, way back here. Dana here. Just a couple of...
What's the question?
Sorry, no, I'm just showing you I'm back here.
Yeah.
So a couple of things just regarding the boxing. So first off, what is the... Like, in terms of Ryan Garcia, obviously he's a golden boy fighter, but you seemed pretty pally with him yesterday at the weigh-in and at Power Slap. Like, what is the status there? Are you going to be co-promoting with Golden Boy for this fight?
Judge me at the end of this year by all the things. I'm not going to get into all this bullshit with all these guys. I know it's great, and you want to hear it, and you want me to say some shit about them. Listen, we talked about this in Bournemouth. Have I said anything that didn't come true? Just sit back and watch, and it'll all play out in the next couple weeks.
Well, I guess...
play out this week, actually.
The whole thing about, like, judges at the end of the year, it's like, this is just like, is Oscar going to be involved? Because are DAZN going to be involved? Because I know you've said some disparaging stuff about DAZN, and then, that, like, it was talking about maybe being on Netflix. Where, like, do we have, like, a broadcaster set? Those kinds of things? And, I'm just asking, basically, are you and Oscar going to be on the dais together at this fight?
You're going to have to wait and see, my friend.
Also, just regarding the boxing as well, this Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua fight, is there any update? And, of course, the mayor of London has been speaking about it, and, of course, Turkey Al Sheikh as well, about maybe doing it in Wembley in the middle of the night. What's your thoughts and what's the latest from you?
What's the question?
Tyson Fury, his fight. Anthony Joshua, is there any update on what's happening? Is it happening in the middle of the night in London, or when is it happening? Do you have any update about that fight?
Yeah, as soon as... listen, if I was ready to go with it, I'd tell you. Again, in Bournemouth, I said, I know where the fight is.
Where is it?
I know.
Also, just on that as well, what is your message to the mayor of London, I guess, because Turkey Al Sheikh has been speaking out. What's your message to Mayor Khan?
What's my message to the mayor of London?
About giving you about giving the Fury and AJ fight this kind of exemption to go so late?
I don't know anything about that. Listen, I have my own plans. I know what I'm doing. I have nothing to say to the mayor of London negatively or positively. Every event I've ever done in London has been incredible, and I'm not in the middle of that. I'm in my own little fucking world over here, and I do my thing.
So you're not in the middle of Fury and AJ?
What do you say? Am I what?
Are you in the middle of Fury and AJ? Involved?
I know where the fight is.
Thank you.
Hey,
Dana, right over here.
Oh, Jesus.
Dana, question about the production, positive one. The tunnel walkouts for the main event. I noticed you really revamped them. I was just wondering, did you feel like they came out the way that you had planned in terms of the execution and how they showed up on the broadcast? Because I think a lot of fans really enjoyed it. It made it feel even more special, and I think they really want to see even more of those things.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I think the entire show was flawless. It looked incredible on television. Apparently, we just need to stop showing fucking celebrities on, because we can't figure that out after 25 years. We just can't fucking do it. It's unbelievable. We can't do it.
Do you feel like the special tunnel walkouts will be a thing going forward, or was it just because Conor Max such a big fight?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm glad everybody liked it.
Dana.
Yeah.
Dana, just down here. Sorry to go back on the Tyson Fury and AJ line again, but you're saying you know where the fight is. Turkey Al Sheikh recently posted that he hasn't decided where the fight is, and he is in the midst of speaking to the London mayor. You're saying you're not involved with that, so it doesn't seem like there's quite an alignment between you two.
Turkey said that he has not announced where the fight is going to be. You're saying you know where the fight is going to be. Turkey said he is talking to the mayor. You said you have nothing to say to the mayor, so things are not aligning to what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dana, just here. Yep. There's 25 million Australians currently eagerly awaiting Alex Volkanovski fight news. Is there any chance you can give us some? Is it going to be a booking anytime soon?
Volkanovski?
Yeah.
No, I'm not even thinking about that right now.
God damn. Thank you.
Yep. I am absolutely fucking useless to you people tonight. Anything else that is relevant and that I could talk about? right now?
Hey, Dana.
Yeah.
Over here. Eric Richter, New York Post. I don't know if you heard, but Herb Dean, every time that he got announced, he heard it a little bit from the fans, getting booed a little bit. Do you have any thoughts on that and kind of exactly what he could do to maybe win back the fans?
I mean, that's a commission issue. It's not mine. And we have nothing to do with that. Herb's a nice guy. And I think in any sport, like I always say, a lot of mistakes are made. I don't know anything about soccer, but I heard that there were like 30-something mistakes that helped the team win it. This shit always happens in every sport. So, I don't know. Yeah. Herb's got to get it right. And I'm sure people turn around and cheer him again. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Last one for me. At the ceremonial weigh-ins, I saw you talking to John Jones a little bit, maybe joking around or whatever. Just want to know if you guys have talked at all or maybe what was said.
Who is it?
John Jones.
What about it?
At the ceremonial weigh-ins, it looked like you guys were, chopping it up.
He said, he said, hey, your best friend's here. That's what he said to me.
And
I said, good to see you. Have a good night.
What do you mean by best friend?
He's joking that, he thinks I hate him.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. I don't hate him. You done with me?
Dana, back here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Quick question. Cody Garbrandt, he had his gloves off in the cage, but he didn't put them down. Do you have any update, and what do you think he should do with his career?
Yeah, I know that he had talked to Sean Shelby after the fight backstage, and I'm obviously not going to talk publicly about that's up to him. It's his career. He's a grown man. He can respond to that on his own. But yeah, I'm not going to get into that.
Gotcha. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, sir.
Dana?
Any other questions I can't answer?
Right over here.
Yeah.
I just wanted your thoughts on Robert Whittaker moving up to light heavyweight on his performance, and also there have been a few fighters that have decided to move up in weight. And do you like that for them?
Yeah, I think that, especially a guy like Whittaker, who's been around, came off The Ultimate Fighter and has done incredible things and, won titles, defended titles, done it all. And if he feels like he wants to move up, he knows his body better than I do. And he looked damn good tonight against a very tough, durable guy.
Thank you.
And I think, I think when the fight ended, we thought he broke his jaw. His jaw is not broken. He was transported and his jaw is not broken. I don't know if you guys thought that, but we did. Yes, sir.
Dana, question for you. 20 years ago, we talked about the Hawaiian fighters and guys like Kendall Grove, BJ Penn, and looking at Max Holloway, what is the impact that not only Max, but Native Hawaiian and Hawaiian living fighters have made on the UFC over the years?
Yeah, it's funny because I always talk about Australia, right? When we first went over to Australia, we think about how small it is, and nobody over there could do mixed martial arts. Now it's it's like a hotbed of top 10 world champions and Hall of Fame fighters. And same when you think about how small Hawaii is and how many incredibly talented people have come off Hawaii and literally legends. I mean, like two of the biggest legends in the history of the sport. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Yep. Good night. So when we were talking about the guy over here earlier asking about there being a pre-injury, just on my accounts, the face-off that day is at 80 million views, right? So if there was a pre-existing injury, somebody would have noticed it. He was limping, put his shoes on, he ran right at him. I don't think there was. Anything is possible, but he sure didn't look like it. And for 80 million just on my accounts, that number's got to be massive. And nobody noticed anything, so there you go.
Paddy.
It's happening.
Paddy, congratulations on, I don't know if it could go more flawless than it went for you tonight. Before we get into the fight, can you just talk about like the entrance and the energy? I mean, I know it's nothing new for you, but I don't know, tonight it just felt like on another level. Can you talk about just that whole experience?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. That walkout was spectacular, and obviously because Conor was fighting, there was even more stars there. I'll never forget getting in the cage and me boxing coach Chris going, like, get on Mike Tyson there. Mike Tyson, Vince Vaughn, Mel Gibson, Theo Von all singing and dancing to me song. It was like, there's no way I can lose here.
That's amazing. I wonder, like, what's the middle trigger for you? Because, right, you're having so much fun, you're partying, but then you're about to get in a fist fight, right? So is there some, like, a sequence you go through or a thought that you go through that switches you from we're having fun to now there's a fight?
Yeah, I just know there's another man in front of me that's going to try and kill me. So I'm going to kill him first. Like, I just switch from walkout to when he's standing opposite me, he's the only person in the world that matters.
You envisioned getting this thing done early. You kind of talked about the way it was going to happen. But I did wonder, I mean, early on in a fight, right, there's a possibility you could burn your arms out. There's a possibility you give up position because you're going for this choke. Was any of that playing through your mind in your decision-making, or did you simply know, like, this is done at this moment?
No, my corner was right in front of me. Me head coach, Paul Ellis and Chris were all there, and Paul literally said, don't burn your arms out. But I knew I had it cinched up. I knew he was good at defending a guillotine. So we'd worked on other things around the guillotine, and that was just there, picture perfect. And it wasn't a proper Peruvian necktie, but I literally drilled a Peruvian necktie for the first time in about 10 years, about 5 weeks ago with my coach. And it was like a mixture between a Darce and a Peruvian necktie, but that's just how good my jiu-jitsu is. I can link things together like that flawlessly.
I was going to say, it felt like you almost kind of just, like, implemented that on the fly, not necessarily.
Oh, I've never done that before. I've never done that before. I just done that on the fly. That's how I roll. My jiu-jitsu is the best in the world.
That's amazing. Well, it was a huge win for you. I know afterwards you said, bottom line, look, I'll fight anybody out there. Last question for me. I mean, it does seem like you're one of the biggest stars on the roster right now and can probably call some shots. So if the UFC doesn't have anybody in mind, do you have some things, hey, this is what I would prefer from you?
No, not really. I want to be a world champion. I want to be undisputed champion of the world. I want to be the first ever world champion from Liverpool. And I'm going to do that. I know that's in my destiny. I know it's in my fate. Whether it's the next fight or the next 10 fights, I'm going to be a world champion. It's that simple. If you want me to fight Justin next, if you want me to fight Posh Boy next, if you want me to fight Chorizo next, if you want me to fight Charles next, anyone can get it.
Paddy, I know obviously you don't need a lot of motivation, you said, to get up for a fight. Conor's on this card, but I'm just curious, for any reason, did you happen to watch a little bit of the World Cup before, and that fire you up a little bit even more? England comes in off a win, and an hour and a half later, you're in the cage.
Yeah, I never got to watch. Well, I did. I watched the first half, but then I got picked up from my hotel at 4:30, so I literally got to watch my teammate Luke get a lovely finish in the first round, and then literally got picked up to come to the venue instantly. So I only just found out that Argentina won as well, so England will be playing Argentina next. So, yeah, I don't need any more motivation. You know, I've got me little twin babies at home, and they give me more motivation than anything in this world. You know, I want to put food in their mouths and clothes on their back, and winning fights does that.
Paddy over here. I know throughout the build of this fight, you were asked about Conor and maybe MSG you guys could fight, and you know you did your job and set yourself up for a big moment, but unfortunately the main event went the way that it did. What was your reaction to how that fight ended?
It was sad to see, you know what I mean, but that's the thing with this sport. You've got to stay consistent. You've got to keep fighting, and I think where he hasn't fought in so long, his body couldn't keep up with it, and coming out and throwing a crazy kick like that first thing, his knee just collapsed underneath him, and I feel bad for him. You know what I mean? He's put so much into coming back and getting back in the octagon, and that happens in the first 5 seconds. You've got to feel for him.
Even Dana was back here just talking about the influx of positivity heading in your direction, and we talked about it at Media Day, and this is coming off of a loss. You're seeing people just kind of jump on your side, and obviously what happened tonight with the walkout and the performance, like everything just seems to be lining up. If you could go back to the guy who fought Jared Gordon, like this version of Paddy Pimblett, and go back and talk to that guy, what would you say to him when you felt like maybe the chips are down and you were trying to defend wins and all this stuff and not look where you're at all these years later?
As I said the other day, I'm the fucking boy, aren't I? Like, back then I fought Jared Gordon, I was still an immature kid. I might have been 26, but I was still an immature child, where now I've got kids of my own and I've got a lot smarter head on my shoulders.
Over here on your left, Paddy.
Yo.
Congrats, big win. I remember even back in your rise through Cage Warriors, you were always a fighter that divided opinion. You've got a lot more critics than a lot of fighters do, and a lot of it is because of your personality. You know, you're loud and you're you. You've been that way all through, and people have backed against you consistently. An example would be before the Chandler fight, a lot of people backing him to knock you out, and then you finish him, and the narrative becomes that Chandler is washed. Now you've smashed, definitively smashed a very highly ranked contender in the division. Do you think this could be a tipping point where that narrative starts to change now, or will they just move the goalposts again?
Yeah, the goalposts will get moved. Everyone will say, oh, BSD was shit anyway. You know what I mean? When 2 days ago it was BSD's going to smash Paddy, his grappling's well better, he's got too much power for him, this and that. But people just love moving the goalposts with me, and I don't give a fuck. Move them all you want. As long as I keep winning, I keep getting paid, and keep making steps towards being a world champion, you can say what you want. Anyone can say what they want about me. Simple.
You had a special moment earlier in the week when you were voted by the fans, I'll add, the International Fighter of the Year at the 17th Annual World MMA Awards. So people can be on your back and you can have your critics, but I think that kind of defined that, or that showed really what the fans think about you. What did that award mean to you?
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I'll be honest, when I got told I was collecting an award, I thought I was getting like a charity award or something, because I only got my head punched in January. So I was thinking, what, I must be getting something for my charity work or something here. But when I stepped up and got that, I was shocked. You know what I mean? But I've got the best fans in the world. Like, I might divide opinions. A lot of people might hate me, but the people who like me absolutely love me. And I have got the best fans in the world, and I can't thank them all enough for the support, because they motivate me so much to keep driving and keep pushing on.
Top man, congrats.
Paddy, you had a really special moment there in regards to Diogo Jota and his brother Andre Silva. Just talk to me a little bit more how long you had that plan, and you know what it meant to actually do it today.
Obviously, I wanted to do that in January, but when you lose, you can't start singing someone's song, can you? You know what I mean? You've got to do it when you win. And it was quite poignant, really, because it was his anniversary a week ago. And, you know, he's never going to be forgotten. He'll never walk alone. His family will never walk alone. And he's forever going to be number 20, lad. He's forever going to be remembered as a Liverpool legend. And I want the whole world to know that.
Hey, Paddy, you woke out tonight. And I loved how observant you were. You said, I'm seeing Vince Vaughn, I'm seeing Mel Gibson, and they're there to watch you. Right, dreams are free. What about if Harry Kane and his men in America, in the United States, take their team to the World Cup final? Will they be telling their friends in the media, we saw Paddy Pimblett in the crowd?
Nah, because I'm going home on Tuesday.
You're going home on Tuesday?
Yeah.
You promised us at the press conference, you said, I need less than 2 minutes. I want the bonus. I've got kids. Lad, I got to feed them. You did. Well done.
Yeah, light work.
Paddy, you talked about your submission hybrid. That is a beautiful submission, by the way. Beautiful job, of course. And it made me think of, you mentioned Charles Oliveira earlier, and it made me think of his finish over Hatsu Hayoki. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah, years ago. That was when people had their own shorts on and everything.
Yeah, and you had your own style to it, of course, but it made me think, I can't help how your submission grappling would stack up with Charles. I'm sure you've thought about it before, but can you share with us, have you ever thought about that fight? I know he's facing
I was talking about it about 10 minutes ago. I'd submit Charles.
And have you heard anything back from him? Or
No, like, I've got nothing but respect for Charles, you know what I mean? He's an absolute legend in the sport, but he's on his way out. And I think if he tried to grapple with me, I'd submit him. but we'd probably end up having a war for 5 rounds on the feet if I ended up fighting Charles Oliveira.
Well, if it does get booked, I think we all would hope it would be booked for 5 rounds if it goes that long. But last for me, I want to follow up on that charity question. I know you've done work for causes that are important to you, like men's mental health, amongst others. Can you tell us, it's great to see fighters giving back to their communities, but what's it mean to you and why is it important to you, Paddy?
I always say it's nice to be nice. You know what I mean? Just being a nice person will get you further in the world, and I think you should give back to the people who've been there for you and done things for you over the years. And my city has supported me for years and years. I've never felt not at home in my own city, and I've always had the support of them and my country. You know, people make this big thing because I've said in the past I'm Scouse, not English, but I'm still English. You know what I mean? I'm still English. I still support all the other English fighters and all the fighters from the UK. It's just a saying that we have, and yeah, I just think anyone in my position who's got a little bit of presence should give back and should use their presence for a good cause, and that's what I like to do with men's mental health, with helping kids out and anything like that.
Thank you, Paddy.
Paddy, it feels like hardcore fans have known how good Luke Riley has been for a long time. Do you think tonight was his breakout performance?
Yeah. Like, you could say that. Luke's the boy lad. You know what I mean? I spar with him, I train with him, I know how good he is. People just think I say that because he's my training partner. You know what I mean? That kid, it's like a truck. I fought Justin Gaethje and I've sparred with Luke Riley, and Luke Riley hits harder than Justin Gaethje. And people are going to get to know that over the next few months, lad, because he's going to stay consistent, he's going to keep fighting, and he'll be ranked in the next year, 18 months, 1,000,000%.
Do you think he'll be champion?
Yeah, he's got the potential to be champion, lad. He's been Thai boxing since he was 8 years old in stadiums in Thailand. He's got some of the best composure I've ever seen of any fighter who's I've ever trained with, and he's going to be a superstar.
Who else from your gym should you shout out that's coming up?
We've got loads, lad. My boy George Staines, you'll be getting to know him real soon, 10-0. Nathan, who's already fought in the UFC, didn't go his way. He'll be back in the UFC soon. We've got multiple lads that are ready, you know what I mean? Adam Cullen, another lightweight. Little Conor Wilson, flyweight lad. There's loads of boys out of the gym who are coming up, and you'll get to know them real soon.
Thank you.
Hey, Paddy. Eric Richter, New York Post. When we talked last week in our interview between you and me, you were talking about how you thought Benoit Denis' grappling was a hole that you could expose, but you stopped short of naming exactly a submission. So you kind of predicted your outcome there. Just talk to me about what you saw in the lead up to the fight and how you just made it happen so quickly.
I just know how good my jiu-jitsu is. I know how good my grappling is. And I knew he was going to shoot in within 20 seconds like he does every fight. And I think he shot in within 10 seconds. And I knew I was going to choke him. I just knew, whether it was a guillotine, whether it was a dash, whether it was a head and arm, whether it was the sick shit what I did. I knew he was getting put unconscious, lad. And I know he's a warrior, and I knew I'd have to put him asleep. And I did.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking, I had asked for a prediction, and you're like, I want to give away my strategy a little bit. But, that outcome for you, is there anything specifically special about this one, considering you kind of predicted it going into it?
Yeah, the fact that I said that what I was going to do, I've been saying it all week. I say he's going to shoot in and I'm going to catch his neck. The fact that I said that I was going to do it and I submitted him in under a minute. You don't really see many submissions under a minute. People have to work for the position and get something. I literally choked his ass out in 52 seconds or whatever it was. He was like a dead body on the floor. If I wanted to kill him, I could have. You know what I mean? I had to say to Goddard myself, he's out. If you watch the replay, I say to Goddard, he's out. Because as soon as he rolled and then he went limp, I was just like, he's unconscious.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Paddy, back here. Before the fight, your daughters gave you a very sweet good luck video. You posted it. What goes through your mind when you see that on fight day, and how happy are you to go home to celebrate with them?
I can't wait. My wife sent me that a few days ago, to be honest, and then my wife's here now. But my sister sent me a video today of them dancing, and she sent me a message saying the dance you do when you know your dad's going to win. And I was just laughing my head off. Can't wait to get on holiday with them, because you know, these fight camps are hard, lad. I've been training for 10 weeks, and some days I only see them in the morning for breakfast, and it does take father time away, but I'll be going on holiday with them next week, and then I'll be going back on holiday with them for a couple of weeks after that, and spending all my time with my beautiful wife and beautiful kids.
Enjoy the win and enjoy the family time.
Thank you.
Paddy?
Yes, Mike.
How you feeling?
I'm good, lad. I'm very good.
You were asked a second ago about Luke Riley and his big win. I know that there was a social post that went out where you maybe weren't too happy that he was asked to leave the arena after his fight. Do you know he got actually back in?
Yeah, he got back in, didn't he? He had to get a ticket and get back in. It's mad the way, but it's nothing anyone can do. It's the commission, I think. They don't let like fighters who've just fought being in the stadium, which is a bit mad. You know what I mean? He's just forced. Let him go and sit down, have a seat, and enjoy the baddie show. You know what I mean? And they wouldn't let him do it. But he got back in. That's all that matters. And what a show that was.
Last question from me, mate. 6 months ago, you had your first shot at a UFC title in this arena. Does tonight feel like you maybe wrote the wrong, if you will, from the...
A little bit. It was a little bit of redemption, like, you know what I mean? Same city, same building. And even... But I don't know if it was an even bigger card, because that was the Paramount debut, but, you know, this had McGregor on, so it probably is a bigger card. And I stole the show. That main event was lackluster. Everyone can say that. I was basically the main event, and motherfucker got slept.
Congrats on the win.
Peace out, bitches.
Well, Max, congratulations. Obviously, kind of one of the weirdest moments of your career, right? I'm sure it'll feel just fine when the check clears, but it's probably a little unfulfilling tonight. So just as you sit there right now, just can you process what unfolded?
Yeah, I mean, I had the man weak in the knees, I guess. So, you know, all jokes aside, I just hope he's good. You know, I know Conor been battling some stuff. Looked like he really been changing. You know, he found God. He had his kids in there. So, you know, during the fight, you could obviously tell his demeanor changed, you know. And I was, you know, shout out to the ref. I was trying to tell the ref sooner, you know. Like, this guy's kids is front row, you know. I don't want to see him take unnecessary damage. Trying to stop the fight, but this is how crazy Conor is. The first time he was on the ground, I was punching him. He's like, fight. I was like, okay. That's why I backed up. I said, stand up there. Let's fight. And then he fell back down, and then the fight was called.
I mean, you've been in the UFC octagon more than anybody, right? But I just wonder, like, you knew you had a wounded guy, but it's almost hard for you to stay mentally focused. Like, hold on, remember what we're here to do. You know, I got to go hurt this guy.
Not at all, you know. We're killers. But at the end of the day, I'm a human being, you know what I mean? I think so. That's why I'm so loved in this sport because I can actually separate the fighter from the person. So when I saw him hurt, you know, I was like, man, come on, like you call this. He was done, you know, and he wanted to fight. Tried to stand up again, fell back down. I just hope him a speedy recovery. You know, it's all love to him. The man, like I said, is trying to change his life around. So you know, sending prayers his way.
Yeah. You had a better look at it than anybody, and you identified it earlier. Do you think it was that first kick that he threw?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I did the UFC podcast before I came here, and me and Wonderboy was talking about it. Even with him walking into the octagon, it didn't seem, you know, it just didn't seem like the same Conor. You know, like I thought, he was stood there to fight, but like I thought he'd be a little bit more rowdy, a little bit more crazy. He looked like really, really calm, like super calm. So I was just kind of like, oh wow, let's see how this goes. And then of course I knew he was gonna attack me with something, and it was that kick. So you know, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean you called for the trilogy, right? I'm sure there's several million reasons why that would make sense to you. But I mean, is there any part of you that's like, I don't know if that really does make sense to go fight that guy?
Nah, bro. He was talking about this 170 domain. I put in this 170 work. We worked our asses off here, especially after turning around so fast after that March fight, and to come back. I wanna feel this domain that he's talking about, this 170 Conor that he's talking about, this different world. That's what I want. So I know I want to see what his injury is, and you know, as for me, I'm down to come back 2027. You know, with that March fight and this fight, I know I came out unscathed, but I owe my family some time. I owe my wife and my son some time, some family time. So that's why I focus. You know, you guys are gonna see Bless return in 2027.
You laid it out, but last thing for me, I mean, there's a case that a lightweight title shot would be kind of interesting. You know what I mean?
Hey, you said it, and I would love that. So I'm on the same boat as the 155 champ. I heard he's not coming back to next year too, so we might be on the same cruise.
Max, can you just go back? You had said what Conor was saying. He was saying, fight, let's go. But can you just walk us through when you were talking to the ref, telling him, hey, his kids are in the audience. Did you actually say that to the ref? I don't want, or what did the ref say?
Yeah, I told the ref, ref, stop the fight. He doesn't want to fight. I was like, bro, his demeanor is right. And then he said fight the first time. So I was like, okay, stand up. So I backed up, he stand up, and then he tried to do this hop step where he hop forward, hop back, and then he did it again, and then when he went back, he just kind of grabbed his leg, you know, and he screamed. He's like, and I was telling the ref, come on, bro. Like, what you want me to keep it? Like, this guy he brought his kids to the fight, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't trying to beat up a wounded dog.
Max, what was this week like for you? I mean, it just seems so weird hearing you get booed and things of that nature. Like, that just never happens. So what was that like for you? I know it's such a big deal and a big fight, and you thrive in that stuff, but what was this week like for you?
You know, I mean, shout out to my management. It was actually a regular, pretty calm fight week. You know, they kept everything under control for me with media-wise, and we just did what we had to do usually. And with the booze, I love the booze, you know. It's always fun being the villain, you know. The man even said it, you know. Sometime he said my old nickname. He called me Little Evil. I don't know if you guys caught that, but my nickname was Little Evil before I came Blessed. So I'm glad that when I get to bring out that persona for a little bit, and it's fun.
What would Blessed say to Little Evil? Like, as you're getting into the sport and you're kind of in that position to see where you're at now, headlining a card International Fight Week with the biggest star in the history of the sport, what would you tell Little Evil?
I'll tell Little Evil, get your head straight, stop being a jackass, and change your name to Bless.
Max, you kind of just touched on with John if, you know, a trilogy could make sense or maybe not make sense, but let's say they come to you and say, yes, we're going to opt for the trilogy. Is there any part of you that fears that it'll be hard to promote this to the fans and just convince them, hey, Conor's coming back again and let's run it back?
Not at all. Not at all. You see what you saw all the numbers that this thing was getting. That was after the man of 5 years. And you can just push it as, you know, he got an injury. Wow, who cares? And I'm sure he might be the betting favorite. Who knows? That'd be great.
I mean, I asked just because I feel like the fans kind of made their voice clear today after the fight ended and just how he was on his way out.
I mean, that's not my fault. Like I said, I have people, you know, I keep people weak in their knees, you know. So at the end of the day, hopefully he comes back. If not, it is what it is. We got to sit down with Hunter, Dana, and we'll go from there.
Max, in the front right here, to go off of that, I don't know how to phrase this, but you fought Conor twice. He's blown his knee out both times. Do you think this fight between you is cursed? Because it seems like every time we...
Yeah, I don't know. And I bounced his head on the mat, so, that's one up for me. But, all, all jokes aside, you guys making me a terrible person. What the hell? But, all jokes aside, I hope he come back good. But that's crazy. Yeah, that is actually crazy that he did the thing. I just have that aura, I guess. I don't know. Knee aura.
Max in the back here. With so much excitement around Conor this week, you still have such a strong fan base here in Las Vegas. What's your message to those fans who've stayed with you through every single chapter?
I love you guys, I love you guys. I love the Ninth Island. I love all my fans. Thank you guys for riding the Bless Express, and buckle up, because we got a few more fights in me, and I can't wait. I'm excited for the future. I know Dana White said he had 3 options for me, so I'm looking forward to hearing what the 3 options was, and we'll go from there.
Max, here on your left. Congrats on a big win. I was in here next door the other day when Dominic Cruz was being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I'm sure that's something we're going to see from you very soon as well. You'll be up there making one of those speeches. But the big thing about Dominic Cruz, the big narrative about him, is that he has consistently rebounded from setbacks. You've been here through generations of fighters, and you're still here. They've come, they've gone, they've retired, they've disappeared for 5 years, they come back. Max Holloway is still the guy headlining the big cards. Do you think that, like Dom, your ability to just consistently get back up when the chips are down is going to be the thing that people are going to remember most about you when all is said and done?
For sure. That's what I would want them to remember, right? Me not only as a fighter, but me as a person to just persevere and come back from the downfalls. You know how much times I heard I had to retire. It gives me chuckle. If every time I listen to when I had to retire, I would have not had the 300 moment. I would have not had the best boxer moment. I would have not had that moment with Zombie over in Singapore. And then I would have not had this moment. So at the end of the day, people talk. They can talk all they want. I'm gonna keep doing me.
Congrats on a great win, man.
Thank you.
Max, back here. Speaking of another rematch, I saw Daniel Cormier beat you in the UFC video game after weigh-ins.
Get this guy out of here.
Are you going to get DC back?
Get him out of here.
Are you going to get him back?
I want to fight him. DC actually going to come to. We actually have. I'm doing my first annual golf tournament for Holloway Foundation, and DC is going to come out. He's one of the guest fighters, and he said he wanted to wrestle 1 takedown on the greens. You guys going to see me put DC on his fat ass come July 20th.
Awesome. And on a more wholesome note, what charity are you supporting? I know it's your foundation. What are you doing the event for?
We are doing the event for actually 2 of them right now. There's a 3rd one that we're trying to figure out, but there's a local gym called Westside Striking. It's a nonprofit foundation, and they are great. They got kids. I want to support them so much because I'm telling you guys right now, it's from Waianae, where I'm from. That's where it is. One of my uncles actually helped coach the team. And one of my good friends, Kioi, he actually is the one that runs everything for them. So we're going to donate a bunch of money for them because you guys going to hear one of those kids from that gym in the UFC or some other organization. But I'm just happy that I'm actually be able to give back to my community in that type of way. And especially fighters. These guys are fighters. These kids are animals, man. They got like multi-Golden Glove champions, Olympian champions. So I can't wait for that. And then, of course, the Boys and Girls Club, One Night Boys and Girls Club, we always help them out. They gave me a shot. They always took care of me when I was a kid growing up. So that's the 2 right now. We're working on a 3rd one right now, but right now, Westside Striking and One Night Boys and Girls Club.
Hey, Max, real quick over here in the back. Daniel Cormier has a bad habit of cheating on the UFC weigh-in show. Have you told the organizers to watch out to make sure he can't break the rules at the golf course?
Bro, he can break all the rules he wants. I don't care. So he's not winning the grand prize at the end. I'm going to make sure of that. Because I get to pick who wins the grand prize, so he's not getting it 100%. So whoever's on his team, I'm sorry.
Random question, but can you describe the fit for the whole family? Because you guys walked in looking amazing.
Yeah,
tonight.
my wife's friend, Rocket Ahuna, he actually made this for us. I wanted to walk out. So this is royalty. This color is Hawaii royalty, red and yellow and red. And I wanted to actually walk out with a cape for this one. It's just huge, especially with lineage, Hawaiian lineage. And he didn't make me the cape, but he kind of made it look like it's a cape. So it's just Hawaii, like a chief. I came walking in like a Hawaiian chief.
You fought at the T-Mobile several times, but tonight they had the special tunnel for the rematch. I just want to know, what did you think of that? Did it feel different, and did it feel more epic with the smoke and everything tonight?
Oh, bro, it was sick, bro. It was like 250 Freedom Card vibe. You know, I got to walk, and then my coaches. It was kind of weird at first when I was in the back because I didn't know I was going to do that. And then they had me in the back, and he's like, "You're by yourself." I'm like, "Holy shit!" Usually my coaches is here, and we're like, you know, talking to each other, getting amped, and it was cool to do that walk a little bit by myself. I actually finally got to see it. It made it look like I was walking through water, which is amazing, and I'm just blessed to be a part of these big moments at the UFC.
Max, how long have you been thinking about making Hawaii 78 one of your walkout songs, and were you saving it for a special occasion?
Oh, I was thinking of it forever, bro. I was thinking of a very special occasion, and then when the Conor McGregor came up, I was like, this is huge. We know he always does a shout out to his country. So I had to do one the right way, you know, and it had to be Hawaii 78, man. We had other ones. I really wanted to do Take Me Home Country Road because I am from Waianae, Markaha, but at the end of the day, we had to go at 78.
Max, going back to your ahu ula that you wore representing Hawaii and Native Hawaiians, just a few minutes ago, Dana talked about how you're one of the most influential fighters in the organization and you really helped put Hawaii on the map. How important is that to you to continue that legacy?
Huge. I mean, coming from the boss man, that's huge to hear, you know. It sucks that Hawaii tourism authorities not giving me my lick at that when we did have the title back in 2016 to fight at the Aloha Stadium, but it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to go home. But hopefully we can keep doing it, and hopefully one of the West Side Striking kids come up, make a name, and then they get to have a title fight there. So I'm excited.
How's it, Max? I was going to ask for your suit if it was like, you know, red theme for the red panty night, but your answer was just way better there. And in fact, you've been mentioning a lot of Chief slash Hawaiian history stuff in the lead up to this. So I got to ask, have you seen Chief of War? And if they make a second season, are we going to get Max Holloway in there? Have you talked to some people, Max?
Talk to Momoa. Get my ass in there. I've been trying to act, but I'm covering so much tattoos. I'm going to be sitting down so long for it. I'm like, I don't know, but I would love to be a part of it.
I mean, 170 Max might look good up on that set, right?
You might see 205 Max if I get the part. Who knows?
Awesome. Thank you.
Max, Eric Richter, New York Post, right over here. Middle, yeah. Right.
I got you, bro.
Much has been made, just to take you back to the fight in the moment with Conor, much has been made, people maybe speculating that maybe a pre-existing injury existed in this fight. Is there anything that you could speak to on that, and do you feel like he was healthy going in?
I mean, we all come in injured. You know what I mean? It's the fight game. If you get to come in 100%, that's a blessing. Your nickname should be blessed because every single fighter coming in injured, you know. And if it is, that just proved to show how much of a warrior he is, you know. So shout out to him, you know. Like I said, this guy has unlimited money. He could have ridden in the sunset. You know, he found God. He got a great family. He got everything he ever wanted. And this guy still chose to come back. And then now you're telling me he might have an injury. His mindset is freaking, he's a wild man, bro. So, you know, I might poke fun and, you know, and tease him here and there. But that's just part of the fight game. As a person, he's an animal, and I got nothing but respect and love for him.
Absolutely. And the last one for me, you know, maybe walk me through when the kick actually was thrown. Were you surprised that he like ran at you with a
Not at all.
kick?
Not at all. I knew he was gonna. I thought he was gonna. He always jump in with a side kick to the front leg or something. I was just surprised of how slow motion it looked in the air. I was like, whoa, 170 world is kind of fun.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Champ, yeah. I just want to listen. What is your message for your people?
My message?
Yeah. What do you want to say to all your people?
The number one message I would say just, if you guys got something you guys believe in, go after it and keep pushing. You know, if you guys told me I was going to be here in front of you guys after what happened in March, I would tell you guys, you're a damn liar, you know. So never give up. Keep your head down. Keep working. Good things come to people who work hard.
Thank you, Champ.
Max, I know you just said 170 Max is fun. I know before the fight you kind of told me Islam Makhachev would be like a opponent you would really like. If one of the scenarios the UFC comes to you with is, you know, staying at this weight and maybe trying to make a run, is that appealing to you at all?
Brother, that would be so much fun, you know. I think so. I want to become a 2-division champ. I don't think anybody did did that yet, skip one, and then go just to another weight class. So that'd be amazing, right? That'd be so much fun. And then if I beat Islam, right, if I got to get the fight and I beat him, in Justin's words, I would have been the 155 champ. So I'm the first triple champ. Problem solved.
You got the BMF belt at 155 too, right?
Yeah, people count it. You know, I mean, I want the gold one. That silver, that platinum, whatever they make the belt out. That belt is actually heavier than the undisputed title, which is kind of crazy. But whatever they make out of that belt, I want the gold one. So if it's at 155 or 170 or 185, who knows?
What would be your mindset going into a rematch with Justin? Because obviously a moment that can't really be topped. I know you said you want to chase that 300 moment every time in there. Like, how would you go in there approaching a rematch?
I'll go out there, do the same damn thing. I just think go out there and just put on a masterpiece. That's what I want to do. You know, I know he's gonna come in there and try and make the fight ugly, and I wanna go in there and make the fight nice and come out clean. But every time someone fight him, they look like they just got out of a car crash. So that's the task at hand. It's just going out there and get my hand raised again. You know, I would love to share the octagon with him. I know he said he mentally wasn't there in the first one, so I would love to run down back too. Thank you, guys.